Life's too short. Get out of your head, make a better life instead. You gotta give it all your best. So put your hands up to the sky and live your best life, alright. Don't just let it go by, just try, oh my. Got only one life, got only this time. We gonna get it right. You gotta let go of those who don't belong in your tribe. So cut the bad out of your life. Yeah, do it one time, one time. You gotta work till you're winning. Yeah, take control of the system. When you invest, it's addicting. No time to rest, let's go get it. Not gonna stop till I'm finished. Not gonna drop to my limits. Deep in my chest, I'm inhaling. Believe in testing and failing. You gotta flip everything in your mind. Take the limiting thoughts and turn them into your why. Prove to yourself you're worth it. You deserve it. Push past all the hurt and find your purpose. You gotta take control. Life's too short. Get out of your head, make a better life instead. You gotta give it all your best. So don't let go. Take control. Get out of your head, make a better life instead. You gotta give it all your best. Give it all your best. Hey, yo, never gonna stop, no way, no. Yelling out, hey, yo, headed to the top on our way, yo. You gotta make change, yeah, there's gonna be a little pain, but nothing's worse than staying the same. So light that flame, put the work in, go claim everything you want in this place. It's time to go fast, know that energy is all cash. You could get it all if you never give up, no slack. Headed to the top is a mystery, your own path. Never gonna stop, no, you got this, never go back. I know it gets hard, you gotta love it. You gotta recharge with what you want and think of your dreams. Get that energy to go and get everything. Let's go. You gotta take control. Life's too short. Get out of your head, make a better life instead. You gotta give it all your best. So don't let go. Take control. Get out of your head, make a better life instead. You gotta give it all your best.
Hello Internet, this is Marko Yamashita. I apologize for the lateness of me getting online and not having my Live 2D model. I am having difficulties with my iPhone that I usually run my model through. For whatever reason, it keeps disconnecting from my computer every other minute, so I am going modelless for the moment anyways. So what we are looking at right now, we have approximately 27, let's see here, 22 minutes until the stock market opens. And just as a comparison, when yesterday's stock action closed, we have Any Color Inc. They were trending higher, but then you had this lower pressure, or this bearish pressure at the very end. And we also had the same kind of action with Cover Corporation. The only difference is Cover Corporation had a general downtrend over the last 5 days, and it almost seemed like the market was anticipating this coming. Now the tool I'm using here, of course, not sponsored. I am using TradingView here in order to provide you with the real-time data that we are currently looking at. And over the last 5 trading days, we did see a surge upward of Cover Corporation's stock before we started having a general downtrend. Part of that had to do with the tariff situation, of course, with the United States entering a trade agreement with the United Kingdom, and then subsequently them signing or at least coming to a general agreement with China. And when they came to that agreement with China, that is putting pressure on Japan, who has had several different, I don't know if I want to call it disagreements or scruples with what they want the United States to agree with or allow Japan to have included in their agreement before they sign it. So there has been some general disagreements going on there. So there hasn't been a consensus yet, and in fact, Japan has wanted to have some side talks here with some upcoming meetings that are coming up here with Canada and with the United States. At just trying to kind of hammer out a framework that they can work with. So, but what we have here essentially is what we have on screen here. We have the two indexes that track the stock for Cover Corporation. As we see on screen here, Cover Corporation did close lower than both of those indexes. When the yen is also trending lower than the against the U.S. dollar, which it's trending higher against the U.S. dollar. Dollar has depreciated just a little bit, but that hasn't been too much of a factor there. There has been a lot of bearish pressure against the stock here over the last 24 hours. There has been a lot of negative or negative flow of money and funds going out of the position for Cover Corporation, which is always a bad sign. And if we look down here at the volume of Cover Corporation, as far as the overall trend for volume of stocks being purchased or sold, it bottomed out completely yesterday and continued on a downward trend, which is always never a good thing. So let's take a quick look at the financials and the forecast. First, we'll look at the forecast here, and as we see with the forecast, they were very optimistic with the forecast for the price for Cover Corporation. With the 5 analysts that are tracking the stock, that the lowest person was saying they're basically a hold, and they were expecting around 2650, and the most generous person or analyst that was looking at the company was expecting upwards of 4700, which of course is kind of unrealistic, but that's just kind of an upward bar. Average price was supposed to be around 3500, which they did reach 3420 before their stock took that nosedive at the end of Q3. Now, I want to show you this because this is very important here. Cover Corporation missed twice last year with what's called the earnings per share, with their fiscal report for Q3 and Q4. When we came to this fiscal year, their weakest quarters arguably were Q1 and Q2, but they were still able to manage to meet their earnings per share forecast. Now, and those were their weakest quarters, according to Cover themselves, that they are second half strong because they backload the most for their revenue for Q3 and Q4. So the first two quarters are supposed to be weak, but yet they're managing to be able to hit their forecasts and the expectations of how much you're supposed to bring in versus um, the amount that is being reported. But then when they get to Q3 and Q4, they bring in this huge amount of revenue, yet they continuously miss their forecasted objectives of what they are expected to make as far as earnings per share versus their revenue, and then also with their quarterly reports. And the reason why this is so important, guys, and it's not just, well, it's just a number, and, it's something that is put out there and so on and so forth. It's more than just that. It's uh, these are statistics that work with. Let me pull it up here. These are statistics that echo what is happening with money that is coming into the company as far as their total revenue, and then how much is being used and spent to operate the company, paying their bills, what they are spending as far as projects and events, and paying their employees and so on and so forth. And the one of the largest things that has been happening here is that they have they have basically research and development here, which this was basically like when they were doing the concept of going into the whole VTuber situation, going into lockdown, and whether or not it's a feasible idea, so on and so forth, right? Now, but when we come over here and we look at depreciation and amortization, a lot of this stuff here, it is, your basic, well, things are getting older, you have to start retiring them out. Amortization, basically you're writing things off because things are being phased out because they're no longer usable, right? But as we start getting closer here into 2023 and in 2024, a lot of this money was just basically being written off because they were trying to build the concept of Hollow Earth. And then once they hit Q2, the end of Q2 and then into Q3, these numbers here start reflecting the exact numbers of how much they were spending or how much they were paying in order to continue the project development. And as you can see, it started doubling. And when we look at the trading 12 months, and again, this is not something that is completely up to date, but when we look at the trailing 12 months, we find that they have spent upwards of where are you? I believe it was somewhere along the lines of like 2.8 billion yen in the last year, just on putting this whole thing together. So they have spent 3.1 billion yen on software itself, and they have spent 2.1 billion yen on software development for Hollow Earth, and they currently have 601 million yen tied up in development. And has been a consistent number since Q3. So this is basically money that has been tied up for over 6 months that accounts for the development of Hollow Earth. And this is not something that is a an insignificant number. These are numbers that they account for. They basically account for a lot of spending that is being written off as a loss against the company. And when you start looking at that in the context of the earnings report, you start writing it off. And the bad thing is with the end of the year here, yeah, they have made a ton of money with their Q3 and Q4 reports, but at the same time, sorry, hang on. There we go. Nope, right there. They've made 43 billion yen in revenue for the entire year. I mean, which is a great number. Year on year they've increased 43.9% year on year, which is great. However, when you go back down and you look at the net profit for the company itself, and yeah, they did make 5.5 billion yen on the year for net profit. That only comes out to approximately 12%, which means that they actually made less this year per yen with net profit than they did last year. It doesn't matter how much they are currently bringing in, because the ratio of what they're bringing in is either at the same number or less, percentage wise, than what they were making the year before. You would expect a company to be bringing in and capitalizing with more net profit than just holding the line at 11%, 12%, 13%. And a lot of this does have to do with the fact that they are, number one, they have all these different projects going on, that they have all this money that is flowing into a lot of things that are either just they're just in half-baked phases, or they haven't they haven't concentrated on getting any one particular project done. So they're just throwing money, at different directions, and they're like, okay, we need to get this done, and so they start hiring more people, and then as they hire more people, that cost goes up, and that cost is also being echoed in with their with their report here. And that's why we start seeing that's why we've had another downward trend with like cost of goods sales here, with the hiring of people. With you start getting into SG&A here, SG&A, the amount of people that they have had to hire and bring in, this is starting to go up. And again, this chart here is missing Q4. They haven't updated it yet, but Q4 showed that they had increased again the amount of money that was going into just staffing in general of salespeople, the people that they are having doing promotion, people working the warehouse. All they have all these people that they keep bringing in, because they think that more people will make things go faster, and in a sense that it has been, but in a very big sense it hasn't been, because there has been a severe lack of organization within the company itself, and that and as a result has had a negative impact on their bottom line. And one of the interesting things that I found while reading through their quarterly report is that the fact that they have acknowledged it to a certain extent, and let me see if I can not bring that up. They actually did acknowledge the fact that they are inefficient with their staffing and their current situation. Forward looking, they have basically stated in their forecast that they are doing they're having to look at doing a massive slowdown. Here, let me show you. Where is my OBS dashboard? If we look at the screen right here, basically what they, well, okay, well, we have 4 minutes left, so yeah, we can get through this real quick. Okay, so basically we're looking at right here, right? In this industry environment, the company has promoted a 3-phase business strategies consisting of establishing a VTuber business, evolving into an IP business, and expanding the creator economy. In addition to these strategies, starting in the fiscal year of March 2026, which is this physical year, okay? Remember, for each year, it's always 1 year ahead physically, even though right now it's 2025, right? So just remember that. The company aims to further expand its business and enhance the corporate value based upon these 4 core drivers. All right, strengthening the content supply through co-creation, and when they say that means between the company itself and the talent. Establish a global earnings base, and we'll get into that a little bit more later. Expansion of earnings into new business areas, and we'll get into that a little bit more later as well. And then advanced utilization of human capital. Now, this last one is the most interesting part, because when we look at the fiscal year, what they're forward looking, they are anticipating going up 21% for net sales. But when we get down to what the breakdown is going to be, look how little they're putting the goalposts for themselves. For operating income, they're only expecting to go up 2.5. When they're looking at ordinary profit, they're only looking at 3%. Net income, they're only looking at 2.5%. And part of the reasons is because the main factors driving the growth for this coming year is because they're looking at the expansion of merchandising products, including overseas expansion. They're looking at utilizing mergers and acquisitions in order to strengthen and try to find a way to make it so products are actually made in the United States or shipped over here and then distributed from here uh, in country instead of having it, us having to pay these overseas shipping charges. And that's part of what they're looking for, as well as collaboration with major players here in the United States and doing collaborations with those people as well. And there is another acknowledgement there, and I'm switching back to the stock picture here because we are less than a minute away from opening. Okay, we are actually okay. So green light's on. You can see it right here. Green light is on. Stock. The market is open. My feed is approximately 1 to 3 minute delay with the actual market. All right. So the fact that it's not moving is already a telling sign. Um, I have my feed updating every minute for each tick, so it has not moved yet, which is kind of suspicious. But if we look at any color here, they have not moved either. So we'll give it a second or two before we start panicking. But if we look at the way that if we look at the way that the stock trended at the end of last trading session here, there was a huge dip here, and from what I speculate is there was some significant profit taking here, possibly people that had bought on margin that were just trying to get as much as possible out of their purchase here, and basically they bought lower, and then they had the the price shoot up here 4 or 5 days ago, and then they're like, okay, I'm out, and they're just profit taking here because this bump here is basically the only the only large bump in an otherwise normal pattern here of going up and going down here. But yeah, so market is open, and what's curious is right now both Any Color and Cover Corporation are both frozen. Both stocks are their stocks have been delayed. Oh my. Okay. So that was Any Color stock. Any Color stock dropped. It gapped lower. There was a huge amount of downward. There's a huge sell off for them. This sell off, the volume of a 2000 with a of a sell off here, down gapping. They opened 3% lower, and they have still placed a hold on Cover Corporation. So that does not bode well for Cover if their chief rival has gapped down that low. Let's switch to okay, so dual screen here. Yeah, so basically what we have right now, we have on the left side, any color was paused for approximately 4 minutes. Their stock was delayed in opening, and part of the reason why is because there was unusual trading, and they had gap down. There was an 87,000 volume trade sell off at the that was pending, and of course, any color hasn't had their quarterly or annual results even posted yet. That they're I think about like 29 days out, but yet that they're experiencing this kind of sell off as a result of Cover Corporation. So this is this does not bode well for Cover, despite the fact that they had this they had a great annual report. They had a strong amount of revenue coming in. The fact that their net revenue, their net revenue, looking around before I started the stream here, what I found was that, especially on the Japanese analyst websites, they all were recognized that that Cover Corporation, they did succeed in hitting their goals for ordinary profit, which seems to be one of the main things that they look at. However, they also look at net profit as a whole, and when they looked at net profit, any color did not pass the muster. They missed on their net profit goal. So, despite the fact that they had huge revenue numbers coming into today, and going into their drop for their physical report, it's not everything. That one number is not everything. And I've been trying to kind of hammer home that over the last couple of weeks with the videos I've been putting out. Warren Buffett said it best. That don't place too much stock in quarterly reports and annual reports. They are important, and they give you a certain amount of context when it comes to what's going on. But they aren't the be all end all. You have to look out. You have to kind of back things up to the 4 years. Look at the grander scheme of things, and be able to look at the track record of the company themselves in order to find out whether or not the company itself is a good company that is being run by a good management team, that is simply trying to refine their processes, and become a better company, or are they a just okay or a great company that is run by bad people that is going to be run into the ground. And that's what we're seeing right now. We're seeing that kind of duality between Any Color and Cover Corporation, where Cover, they hit numbers that equal Any Color, but Any Color continuously shows that they can do things better or more efficiently, and they have the numbers to back it up. They have the net numbers to back it up, with net income, with operating costs, with sales costs, with cost of sales, with sorry, I saw I saw a momentary blip. Okay, we can keep an eye on any colors stock number here, but I just want to go back to this here because I had a bad feeling going into into this report time span because they have uh, something felt off with what was going on here. Something really did feel off, and we are the fact that this is the second time in 3 months that they've been held, and the circuit breaker has already been thrown on the company at the starting bell does not bode well for them. We are 10 minutes into today's trading session already, and they have not allowed any colors or cover corporations stock to be traded yet. And this typically does not bode well, especially when there are figures that are off on the report the day before. We did experience a 10 to 15 minute delay with any color when their report came out, but their report came out positive, and they opened with I think it was like a 10 to 12% bump, going up in Q3. But their report was positive. They beat expectations, and for cover to miss this bad, it kind of makes the bragging rights of their annual report kind of meaninless, because they're starting to show their inefficiencies here, and the fact that they need to do it better, and the fact that their intended growth and business model for this coming fiscal year is, we need to redefine how we do our business in itself. Oh my goodness. Okay, they have dropped 10.11 and a half, 11.12%, 12.9, 13. They have dropped 13. They are at 13.22, 15, 13%. Oh, yikes. Let's see if they can dig themselves out of this hole here. They have officially gapped down below 1200. They are basically back to where they were. They haven't been below 1200 for over 6 months. And welcome back to the bargain bin, because they have gapped all the way back down to 1966. Oh my gosh. Oh, that is painful. Okay. Well, they're treading water at 12%, 12.6%. They should be able to break back above 2000, they should. Whether or not they do it today or not, that would be a different story. And that kind of puts a damper on things for me because I did make that promise, and so now that promise is going to be moved forward a month and not to change subjects here. However, that promise is going to be brought forward to next month with any color of if any color opens up 10% or more higher when after their report is released, and they close 10% or more higher after the report. I will use some of the gains that I get from that that positive report and the profit that I make off of the shares to donate to a small VTuber in order to help them out. Give back to the community. Help a fellow VTuber out that maybe is trying to make a career out of it or trying to make a living out of it, that kind of thing. It kind of disappoints me because that cover not just nonchalantly kind of went into this, walked into Q3 and Q4 the way that they did, because the math just did not add up. And I'm still trying to figure out why they did things the way they did, because the math just did not add up. And I honestly, I thought that it was me that was just kind of not reading things right. But nope. I mean, they gapped down really hard. 13.75 now. They were at 12, now they're down at 13. Now, I do want to say this. Now that they are below 2,000, that there is an opportunity here where, depending on how low they actually go, or even right now at the price they are right now, there is an opportunity here for people to actually buy into the company, because they have closed lower. We have seen, and we'll keep an eye on this. But I do want to go back to what we were looking at here. I'm gonna close that real quick, and we're gonna go back here. So when looking at their annual report here, that they are talking about basically for 2025 to 2026, this coming year. Actually, we can go into this paragraph here. For this coming year, that they're basically looking at the 2025 to 2026 for the Q1 and Q2, the first half of the year. The expectations for profits are going to fall below what they were for the same time period of this past year, and the part of the reason why is because they're looking at fixed costs associated with investment aimed at future business growth, as well as seasonal impact being concentrated on the second half of the fiscal year. Now, the second part of the sentence is basically Japanese business speak of, we do all our fun stuff at the end of the year. So, that's when we're going to make the most amount of money, right? And that's because that's where when they count all the money that comes in from Christmas, Valentine's Day, so on and so forth, and their festival and all those things, right? So, but for Q1 and Q2, if you remember, for this past year, Q1 was really weak for everybody. And then we also have to look at the fact that the Bank of Japan also wants to raise interest rates again. And they typically look at doing that somewhere between July and August. So if they decide to raise interest rates again, then you're going to be looking at a possibility that Cover Corporation is going to release their Q1 report right in the middle of that decision, like they did last year, and then suffer the consequences as a result of a downward trend because interest rates were raised. All right, so there you also have that at the economy you have to kind of worry about. But the interesting part of what they're saying here is that they are looking at doing business investments aimed at future business growth. And then when we look at the next sentence here, the second half of the fiscal year, we expect to optimize logistical systems and implement structural reform under new management structure, including personnel reallocation, business process reviews and optimization, and selling general and administrative expenses to strengthen their profitability. That this sentence is extremely important because we have seen a tremendous amount of increase being spent on what is called SG&A. And when we come over here and we look at the chart right here, we look at this chart here, SG&A. As you can see, this has continued to expand and grow, and the numbers just keep going. It's up to 4401 here. Now, SG&A basically is how they work with promotion, sales, general staff, people that work in the warehouse, equipment, purchase and all that stuff, and then, administrative staff. And we have seen a huge explosion of people who are working or being hired to do stuff within this particular umbrella. And there's a lot of chaos here, and there's a lot of unoptimized and a lot of confusion, which is why they are making this particular type of statement here, where they're reorganizing, they're looking to get their logistics system in place. They're looking to restructure how they do their management. They're looking at doing reforms, with personnel allocations. And I think a lot of this, probably a lot of these changes, and this is just me speculating here, perhaps a lot of these changes is kind of making people kind of nervous, and maybe some of the talent did not like the way things are being changed within the company because of the way it's operating right now and the way that they're changing it. So that's why they kind of left. That's speculation. However, when you start changing the structure and the culture of the company, and you're making big changes in personnel, that can lead to people wanting to walk because they don't like the way that things are going. That's just me speculating. But the fact that I've been saying it for a couple of years now, that they need to start changing this stuff up because of a lot of things that are happening behind the scenes, and then them finally coming out and saying, hey, yeah, we need to optimize and change the structure of how we do things behind the scenes. it does seem to to me that they are recognizing that. So in the midst of them doing this restructuring of the company behind the scenes, as well as realizing, hey, we need to organize and see, and see what we actually have right now before we continue to say, okay, we're going to try to make more money, and actually get things in place so they can get costs down rather than continue to make tons of money but yet not get anywhere. It does look like the management is finally understanding, hey, we can't sit here and keep cruising at 10, 11%, 12% net profit and keep scraping the bottom of the barrel, despite the fact that we're making all this money, and this money is, we're not even seeing 87% of that money because it's already going out after we earn it. So I think that they are finally starting to understand that a little bit better. That, and the fact that their competition is pulling in twice the amount, and doing doing exactly the same. Well, they're doing less. Their competition is doing less, but yet they're making more because the way that they're running their company is so much more optimized than Cover Corporation, which is extremely weird because, again, everyone looks at Hololive as the GOAT, as the alpha VTuber company, yet for some reason they're not. It's not being managed like the alpha company behind the scenes for whatever reason. Now they have dropped down to over 16% since the opening bell, which is extremely bad. Yeah. Now, and just for full disclosure, I did not sell off my shares. I did not sell off my shares yesterday, and I have not sold off my shares today. And I did not try to sell them off, while we were talking live, or before I even started the stream. My shares are still with the company, so I have effectively lost. I've effectively seen my shares of the company go from being worth 3,400 yen per share down to 18. All right, and people are gonna look and say, man, you're stupid, you're dumb. Why didn't you sell it off? What's up with that? Why are you doing what you're doing? And part of it, honestly, is because I want to keep my money with the company because I do see that they are trying to make an effort finally to change and move things in a positive direction. At least behind the scenes, it looks like they're at least finally acknowledging it. Now, whether or not these changes are going to be good for the company, it remains to be seen. However, I do recognize that they are at least trying to make things, better on the corporate and administrative side, with having, their chairman, their CEOs, the people that that are on the staff, that they're actually having people assigned to specific parts of the company, and to run the company. They're actually having, looking at structural changes, communication changes, teamwork changes, department changes. Hopefully these changes, despite the fact that they'll probably rub a lot of people the wrong way. Hopefully these changes will end up being for the better, so Cover can recover, in 2026. Now, part of me is saying this as well. now that Cover has, kind of learned this lesson, and honestly, I think that with part of this lesson that they're gonna face, I don't know the requirements of this. Okay, so I'm this is just me spitballing here, but part of me is looking at this and saying, Iago and the management team, they put their application in and to move the company from the Nikki growth into the prime market. And with this kind of hit to the company and this kind of mismanagement and not being able to change course to avoid this, I don't know whether or not the Nikki will look at this and say, no, you're not ready for the change over to Prime or not. I don't know how that works. I assume that that I see that there's a Prime 225. Perhaps it's like the Nasdaq 100, where they only let the top 100 go into that that index. I don't know how that's ran, but this when I look at this, it seems like this is a harsh lesson that Cover is having to learn, that you can't just keep looking at we're making money hand over fist when all that money is you're never seeing that money, because that money is being spent as fast as you're making it. I mean, that's basically what it boils down to. So I hopefully that is the thing that they take away from this. So what I'm going to do here, what I'm going to do here is I did want to touch base on okay, so I did want to touch base on a couple of things in my live stream before I log out or sign off. And I'm going to be doing individual breakdowns of this in recorded format for people, in a more structured format, rather than me doing it live and kind of rambling back and forth on different things here. But part of what I wanted to talk about was their the whole metaverse and their game development and everything else. Now, as you can see here, they're going to continue with the Hololive, the Hol Indie brand, where they have fan works that they're given permission to utilize the IP in order to develop games. Personally, I think this is a great idea, because it does allow individual or independent game developers the chance to get their games out in front of a larger audience. Gives them the opportunity to show what they can make, and then they can branch out to other things, or other IPs, or make their own, create their own and independent IP, that kind of thing. So I think this is great here. All right, so I don't have a problem with this. Now, the second part here, I find a bit interesting, because they talk about lending out their IP licensing out to game developers, and part of this, I do know that they have lent out their talent to sing songs for anime and for games, especially with like game intros and other things. And I largely don't have a problem with this. Um, However, I do. The thing I do have a problem with is that they don't directly recognize or acknowledge that they are using third party outsourced development for Hollow Earth. They tend to put Hollow Earth here as part of their metaverse, and then they're calling um, in house development from the viewpoint of development flexibility, where they have made comments in the past that they are not directly doing in-house development because they don't want to compete with other companies out there. And the fact is that they have outsourced a large portion of Hollow Earth to a third party in order for them to build the foundation of the company the game itself. And then what they are doing is they're doing in-house development as far as assets, and they have been shown how specific things work. So now they have like strategic teams that are working on independent parts of the game itself. And the frustrating part of Hollow Earth is that it's basically it's basically nothing more than an avatar chat room, if I can say it bluntly, because there's nothing fun to do in it. There's absolutely nothing to do in it. Um, people say, well, there's the survival type of portion of it. There's the building portion of it, but it's also generic. You can do it. You can do all those things in a lot of other games already. What makes what you do in Hollow Earth stand out other than you're doing it in a game that is branded from Hololive? Nothing. This entire store, the marketplace store, the prices for the clothing in there are specifically priced with premium coins that are half the price of clothing that you can buy with free coins, or coins that you can get you can get for just logging in every so often. You can get 100 coins for just logging in, and then you can save up to 250 coins or 100 coins and buy a new pair of pants. But they're all generic and they're not created by anyone. But when you go to the store, you can buy a premium top that was created by somebody for 50, but you have to buy the premium coins. So that's the catch. It's cheaper, but you have to spend real money. And of course, well, it's 50 coins. I can spare $1. So, you throw $1 at it, and then, okay, well, now I want to buy the pants. Well, the pants are 150. Okay, you throw $2 at that. That's basically the microtransaction type part of the game, which is, it's your money to spend however you choose. But what's the point if you're just buying clothes for an avatar in a chat room game? I don't get what's so fun about it, really. I mean, your character is basically generic regardless of what you buy. So maybe there's some type of audience out there for it. I mean, I know they're talking about being able to make it so the VTubers can yeah, import themselves into the game, um, and talk to people. But I mean, you can also, try to talk to them, or listen to them live when they're doing a stream. So what's the difference? Hey, welcome to the chat. Let's see. Let me see what you. I need to pull this over here. Covers net profit level is like a huge company that has matured and can't grow, but it covers a small company. Yeah, they're still technically in the Nikkei growth index. So yeah, they I mean they are not making lots of money like some other companies in Japan, but they are. I mean, it's strange that that cover at one point, their price per share was higher than companies like Honda and Mitsubishi. Of course, that didn't last, and and then Q3 their price bottomed out. But their price tag for for a moment there was up there among rubbing shoulders with those companies, which I found very interesting. Their price was also rubbing shoulders with other game development companies, which I found interesting as well. But when you look at the price of the company now, it looks. I mean, it's to me it looks humbling. They I hope that management feels humbled by this, because I mean this is very awful. Um, this is very awful. As me personally, as a public shareholder, um, I mean, I'm not too upset with this because I saw this coming. All right, and I mentally made the choice to not sell off my shares before this happened, regardless of whether or not was going to happen or not going to happen. I made peace with I'm not going to sell regardless, and part of the reason is because I wanted to stick with this and allow myself to kind of ride through this experience to see whether or not they can hit a redemption arc, for lack of a better term. Because I mean, if I was gonna sell out of this company, I would have sold out at, before Q3, when their price was over 3,000. That's when I would have sold out. That would have been the smart sell, not Q4, and especially not selling right now after their stock has dropped this far. This would be probably the worst time to sell off their company, because if you held shares before the opening bell today and you sell off, I mean you are losing. You will lose 13, 14, 12% of whatever you had invested in this company. It will be gone. You will not have a chance to get it back. You will have to accept lower money and then try to get it back. Whereas if you leave it within the company, at least you have the first couple months of this coming year to hopefully gain it back. But there is also that there is a positive lining for the company, that they have acknowledged and recognized, hey, we need to do this. And in my opinion, the way that they are talking and in their literature here, especially and this is why, and let me make this statement here real quick. This is why reading the physical report is more important than just going through the IR presentation. Um, Reading the physical report here, with especially with this page here, under explanation 4, it says a lot. And what they're doing here, what they're acknowledging here, and what they're saying here is essentially the same thing that Any Color said last year. And the echoing of what was said here is striking, because basically what they're stating here is they understand, they are acknowledging that there are factors here that that they need to strengthen and they have to refine in order to continue going in the direction that they want to go. And that they do acknowledge, hey, if we want to continue to hit numbers that we want to hit, we have to make things better here. If we want to strengthen our merchandise sales overseas, we can't we can't have our overseas fans pay double the amount of for the merchandise they're trying to buy. Like I was showing you guys the other day, we can't have our fans paying $300-$400 for merchandise that is only $200. They're paying for the same thing twice just to get shipped to them. We can't fans aren't going to want to do that. They're going to and that's why I made the point, and that's that's part of the problem with why they're putting microtransactions so heavily into Hollow Earth, is because they're trying to recoup the cost of of the development costs for Hollow Earth, but on the other side, that is the easiest way that they can reach the international audience and monetize them, and hopefully at least get $1 out of their wallet, because they if I wanted to buy, and I was looking at her merchandise the other day, that there are Roboco has several different plush dolls, right? And I have one from one of her anniversary packages, and she has a couple other ones that you can buy standalone from several of her costume changes, and some of them are just absolutely adorable, right? They're about $30-$40. I'm willing to spend that amount, but and this is the big but, I mean, if I were to buy all 4 of them at $30, that's $1,600. I mean, I'm willing to pay that amount. Actually, that's 36. That's that's $120 right there. But then I have to pay another $150 just to have them shipped. So basically, I'm paying $270 for this merchandise to have it shipped to me. And I just can't bring myself to do that. I was willing to pay the expense before, but those expenses have just gotten so high that I can't do it. I would rather drop them $100 super chat and have them sacrifice the however much YouTube takes from that before it's given to them, then spend $500 just to get 2 items. You know what I'm saying? I would just rather, okay, here, just take the money. I mean, at least that way, I can at least say something to them. They would acknowledge it, and then, I can have the satisfaction of them actually reading what I have to say to them. Rather, that that at least to me that would be more important to me, because I would be able to actually say something to them. But I mean, yeah, it's not something physical, but it's something I can at least cherish, and have in my mind. But I mean, it's crazy. So, they are talking about that, and they are they're looking at overseas, looking at collaborations, and there's when we look down here, and we haven't read this paragraph here. In the medium term, we aim to achieve net sales of 100 billion yen, which I can see that, and they're looking at a 5-year outlook. Now, 100 billion yen, people look at that and say, man, I mean, okay, they're dreaming too big. But you have to remember that they are basically using Kager for this, and and basically that's annualized compound annualized growth revenue. I believe that's the terminology. But basically, what it is, it's like if you take the prices and the how much you make today, and you take all of the statistics from today, and then you look a year out, and 3 years out, and 5 years out, how much would that be compounded upon each other, in those time frames. That's basically what it boils down to. So I can see that as something realistic. But when we get down here, to achieve this goal, we plan to implement strategic growth investments, or M&A, totaling up to 50 billion yen, and will promote overseas business development, strengthen of content production capabilities, optimization of product production and logistics, diversification of revenue sources, and strengthen our management foundation. Now, this here is extremely important here, because M&A is mergers and acquisitions, and they're allocating 50 billion yen over the next 5 years in order to make that happen. Now, this means that either they're looking at either merging or partnering with a company, utilizing up to 50 billion yen in order to achieve this goal. And this could, and I'm using this very loosely, this could indicate that they are willing to look into just how hard, or how much it will take in order to partner with somebody stateside in order to do their merchandise distribution in the United States. There are a couple other comments in the report here that allude to that as well. So I do believe that is something that they're looking into. I know there's a bunch of trade. There's a bunch of a process involved with it. You have to sign certain trade things. You have to fill out certain forms. There's a lot of paperwork and bureaucracy and stuff like that, and then also taxation and all that fun stuff. But the fact that they're looking at the possibility of being able to expand in that fashion would hopefully in the long run be much more beneficial to them, because then they could sell to us at at a sales price that is reasonable for us, and that includes regional shipping as opposed to international shipping. Um, People sign up because talent will show up. Well, um, I think that you know, Hollow Earth is an interesting idea. Okay, and I don't discount that. I really don't. In fact, when I saw that they were talking about also using Unreal for concerts and everything else, one of the first things I looked into was just how well can you get Unreal to play nice with Unity, and there are certain there are certain ways that you can get them to play nice with each other, and basically you can unify them in a way where you can do a presentation involving um, having characters made in Unreal in a Unity environment. Um, I don't know exactly what the logistics are behind that. However, I do know it is possible based upon the minimal research I did do. So if they are able to do that, that would be great. Um, because they have they have the development and licensing in both technologies. However, I do think that they should have really just stuck with one or the other instead of trying to develop in both. Um, Unity it has been widely used to make on online games like Genshin Impact, Star Rail, a lot of other games that are out there right now. Unreal has also been used out there for a lot of games. And for a while there, I thought maybe that they were, the reason why they were playing so many games that were built in Unreal was because of the the use and branding of being able to say, hey, yeah, cover is using Unreal for this, but I do, they did use it for apparently for a couple concerts already. I keep forgetting that Regloss exists, so I didn't watch the concert. So I don't know how good or bad, or whether or not it was any different. And I wasn't about to pay 300 or however much it was for um, the Expo Fest concerts. So I have honestly, I don't have an idea of whether or not the concert was broadcast using the same technology, or if they're just using the same technology that they have been using. I don't know. I do know that they did have to do a software upgrade. They did pay for and did a software upgrade for the Unity engine that they have been using. So, that has been brought up to date, which in turn has, brought the rest of their models and all that other stuff up to date. But yeah, I don't spend as much on them as I used to be, and part of that is because it's not that VTuberism has fallen out of favor for me. It's more that I'm enjoying more of the business side of things than running back and forth between trying to catch every single talent out there. And honestly, I catch I do catch a lot of them on clips. And if I catch it on a clip and I say, hey, that looks really funny or interesting, then I'll go check it out. So I mean that's kind of how I do things now. And honestly, I do it that way because I would rather spend my time supporting a smaller VTuber and being there as a show of support to them. Whereas if Noelle is streaming, there's going to be 8,000 people in there. She has 8,000 people in there supporting her. I don't need to be there live in order to show my support because she has enough people. So I mean that's kind of why I do things the way I do it. Let's catch up on chat here. Welcome guys to the chat. I see that we have many more people here. For those of you who are just tuning in, I let's switch back here. We as you can see on the screen here, Cover Corporation took a huge bounce at opening. They were trading was halted for the first 15 minutes upon the trading session started, and at 12 minutes trading resumed, and they gapped it down. They were at one point close to like almost 15% down. They did fall underneath 2,000. They did hit as low as 1857 on today's trading. They have not hit their 52-week low of 1491. Hopefully they don't sink that far. I really hope they don't sink that far. And interestingly, let's see here. Let's take out these. Interestingly, they're actually heading back into a. They're heading back into a squeeze here. Interesting. What is going on? What the heck? Wow, those bands are tight. Tight. What the heck is going on here? I'm seriously wondering. Okay, are they going to? Okay, so the hang on. I just want to make sure that the video. I want to make sure I was on the right screen here. So, the study that I put on here, the indicator I put on here, basically it is an alpha trend here, and basically what the alpha trend here is it utilizes it's an open source script, right? and it's and basically what it does is it tries to solve its problems as to minimize stop losses, be more accurately in buy and sell signals during market trending conditions, um, define better support levels of resistance, um, momentum, volatility, all that fun stuff. Um, and usually it's very good of being able to identify buy and sell signals here before that they occur. Whether or not that you're leading into one or the other. Now, obviously, with a dip this low, with a sell-off this low, um, unless the company is actually going into a very bad situation, a dip this low could be a buy opportunity to take advantage of, a company's losses before they regain them. However, if we, as you saw over here, with the sell pressure that's being experienced here, there was a momentary sell signal here. So the fact that we are seeing these lines squeeze so hard here, I mean, it can go one of two ways. And as you can see with the numbers here, they're fluctuating back and forth. There could be a squeeze and it go up, but right now the signal is sell. So there's a good possibility that we're gonna see another dip coming here, because this indicator here is a bull, the bull bear pressure indicator here, and as you see here, we've had nothing but red down here, and this basically tracks the volume, the net volume of buys versus sells, and which one's more dominant. And we've had nothing but sell down here. Our money flow index, it's clearly heading downward. So it's a negative. People are selling out of this position. So there's a good possibility that we will see another very big downward push, and it's not going to be gentle. If let me rephrase that. If it bottoms out before we see a big dip here, we could see an upward shot. But for right now, it looks like it's going to keep going down. And I mean, honestly, if they hit their 52-week low of 1491, I would really consider buying in another 100 shares, because I know that the stock's going to go back up. And it would be a perfect opportunity to gain some more profit off of being able to buy in so low. But I mean, that's just me. Let's look back at the chat here. Cover ooh, wow. First off, Light Fellow, welcome to the chat. I'm sorry I missed welcoming you earlier. Mashed Potato, welcome to the chat. Glands, of course, always a pleasure having you here. Let's see here. There's nothing in the game other than, there's absolutely nothing in the game. There's absolutely nothing. I mean, they basically released 1.0 as with barely any difference between what the game was in beta versus it might as well have been called early access. They should have just called it early access, because that's basically what it is. It's early access. It hasn't been optimized. It doesn't run. It doesn't even run steady at 30 frames a second. No matter how you tweak your settings, there's absolutely nothing to do with it. It's very generic. I mean, your doesn't matter what you're doing. Your character fights the same way. There's you have an anime promo of a girl using a gun. I mean, where's the gun in the game? When can I use the gun? I mean, there's just so much that is presented in the game that or in their promo material that just does it. Is it ever gonna show up? I mean, and I'm working on. I'm working on a video right now of how I've basically titled this project of the video I'm working on. How I would do it better. Okay, and basically it's going to be a combination of how I would present it, and how I would go about building it. And I'm gonna use I'm gonna use everything that cover has used to present their vision. But I'm gonna present it from the aspect of, if I was the director or producer of this project, this is how I would this is what I would expect from the product that we're gonna put in front of the fans. And I really hope I can get everything in a way that encapsulates my frustration with Hollow Earth, because I mean there's just so much missed potential with Hollow Earth, and they're gonna spend the next 6 months working on motion tracking so people's eyes and head movement can be tracked through their for their avatar. They're gonna spend the next 6 months working on that. Why? Why? I'm serious. Why? Why? I mean, yeah, I get it. If you're gonna do it for the for your VTubers, okay, yeah, that's fine. But you're trying to do that for tens or hundreds of thousands of people. Why? Why don't you work on some game mechanics for whatever these other side activities are? I mean, why? I don't get it. I really don't get it. I don't know. I just don't know. And that's my frustration with Hololive as a whole. Over the last four, and it made me kind of step back, right? Because I had one of my free membership super chats most recently, and I hit my 47th month of being a member for Roboco's channel, and it dawned on me, 47 months. I've been following her for 4 years now. I mean, next month will be 4 years officially, and it just kind of hit me. I'm like, wow, I've been following this this young lady for almost 4 years. And that's how how long and how much she has been a part of my life. Waking up every morning, because for me it's morning, right? When she's streaming, waking up every morning, sitting in front of my computer, drinking some coffee with my cat, watching her, listening to her, whatever. You know, I mean, it's to the point where, like, if I turn on her stream and my cat is not in the room, my cat will run into the room and jump up and sit on my lap. And, sometimes he'll actually sit there and watch the screen if she's on, if she's on the screen, which I find very, very bizarre. But he apparently recognizes her voice, and I'm like, okay, so I mean, he does that for a couple other VTubers as well. He does that for Amu. She's a smaller VTuber that I follow, and he also does it for Kasane, which is another smaller VTuber that I follow. He recognizes their voices because every single morning they're people that I listen to or watch. But anyways, I digress. They have been part of my life for so long, and what frustrates me the most about Hololive is that they have presented so many different things that could have been gateways or concepts that they could have followed through with, that they could they could have put them their time and effort into to follow through with a concept that they dropped right in front of the the fans that they never followed through with. And it's like, why did you even drop it in front of the fans if you're not going to do it? It just does. A lot of it just doesn't make sense to me. But anyways, let's look down here. Covers PE is at 23 now after 16% drop. That's telling a lot. Yes, it is telling a lot. Good for you, Marko, for holding it. Sold mine last year. Hey, you know what? Selling last year was probably a smart idea. If you sold if you sold at before the end of last year, by December, you probably got a good realized gain on your shares. Because again, their price really didn't bottom out until the beginning of this year. So that was probably a good call there. The fact that their PE has dropped down is you're exactly right. Let's see if they've updated theirs here. Yeah, they haven't. This is not reflective of real time. And some of the stats here aren't completely updated yet, because TradingView has not. They have imported. Okay, so it does look like they have imported. Yeah, it does look like they've started importing more of the stats. They still have not imported stats here. They've imported some of them. But yeah, I mean, look, I mean, right here, their last quarter here, I mean, a 12% net margin. I mean, good, good Lord, you bring in, you bring in 14 billion yen, right? You bring in 14 billion yen, and yet you're only seeing 1.7 of 14 billion yen. I mean, you worked your ass off. That's the most you have ever earned, and I mean that you could have slacked off and made 10 billion yen, and brought in almost the same amount. It's like, I mean, the effort to get 4 billion more yen than Q2, why bother with the effort? Because, I mean, you're going to be bringing in almost the same amount. I mean, the effort was there, you know. I mean, here's Q1. Q1 was horrible, but Q1 was expected to be horrible. They were expecting Q1 to be weak. So that was, everyone realized that. Everyone accepted that. Q2, they expect that one to be stronger. Q3, stronger yet because of, the card game, the upper revision of the card game, shot this up. They should not have released that card game in Q2. Um, you know, I get it. They may have actually been blindsided that the card game was extremely popular, but the fact that they've had several of their JP girls do card game opening streams for various companies. I mean, come on. If you're gonna release Hololive card game, you should have expected that. I mean, they should have done it for Q3, and the reason why I say that is because if they done it for Q3, that would have hit right at Christmas time, and this number here would have skyrocketed even higher. Because remember, Q2 was, I believe, like um, July, August, September. Yeah, July, August, September, and then October, November, December, Q3. So you drop the card game in Q3. Q3, they very well could have hit 2 billion in net income here, and then with forward momentum, they could have surpassed 2 billion yen here for Q4. So, I mean, yeah, I get that. Maybe they didn't expect the card game to be as big as it was. Okay, fine, I get it, but at the same time, even with that surprise, the fact that they did those upward revisions, and then they couldn't even they couldn't even cover their own upward revisions is yeah. So let's see what else we got here. Move back to the stock here. um Let's see. Is Hollow Earth their only big project, or are there other projects, any others outside their VTuber activities? No, in order to do. Okay, so other projects that they are currently working on. They are working. So the major projects that they're working on right now. If we're talking in terms of projects, we have to kind of include like concert tours in addition to like game development and all these other things, because um, basically they're using time allocation of resources, technology development and everything else into those things, and they are doing kind of like I think there's like a 6 stop tour type thing that they're doing for as a world tour type deal. Um, that very well could be utilizing the Unreal Engine technology that they have been developing, or at the very least, the most up to date Unity software package for their avatars that they have been working on. So, it very loosely, that would be one of the projects we would be looking at. Um, but mostly right now, that their projects are more centralized with Hollow Earth, um, the development of indie games with indie developers, and then their concerts. We have Okayu doing an independent concert, and then we also have the world concert with like I said, I think there's like a 6-stop world tour that they're doing, for the first 2 quarters. So, but I don't, um, I don't think there is any other concert or any other projects that they're working on. Now, the other thing I found interesting as I was reviewing their their report was that they haven't made much. Yeah, let me pull it up here before I start talking about it. Okay, page. I think I went too far. Abilities, tangible best. Okay. All right. So I'm gonna switch off of the stock price here for just 1 minute. Okay. So what we're looking at here, we're looking at the balance sheet for their annual fiscal report, and under intangible assets here, you have the patent right for things that they're patenting, trademark right for their trademark, and then you have software and and progress. Right now, software is basically your buying licensing seats to be able to have people use to develop stuff. The monetary value of digital assets that you develop within said software, whether it be Unity or Unreal. You can actually claim monetization if the company had to be liquidated, since they're they're essentially part of the IP, that kind of thing. Now, the interesting thing that I found was when we look at this number here, as of 2024, they had spent they had effectively had 2161, so about 2.1 billion yen on their balance sheet worth of software, including digital assets, right? And then they had 739 million yen of software development and process, all right, in process or in development. Now this number has not changed in over 6 months. So I don't know what they're doing with it. I really don't. I it's extremely weird that this number here, I mean this number here has stayed relatively steady. So either they are like just shoving some stuff out the door, and then they're bringing more stuff in that's about the same cost, or they have a certain amount that they have allocated per quarter, and that's how much they're paying for software development for whichever project they're working on. Now, if we look at here, as of March 31st, 2025, all right, at the end of this past fiscal year, that they have 3.2 billion yen worth of software, including digital assets. So this is the amount of software and digital assets of their IP that they have developed that they are currently using. That includes the software licensing. That includes the items that are being used in that have been developed or designed or decorated or whatever. That is the actual amount of software they have that is worth some kind of monetary value that is currently being used, that has not been retired or anything else like that. So, you know, they have a good amount of money that has been put um, into software development. And as a reminder, this is just for this past year. All right, this this isn't a this isn't plus everything that came before. This is just for the past 12 months. So it's not a it's not a not so insignificant number. It's a good amount of money that they have put into designing this stuff. So okay, let's see. Let's keep moving out. Do you think the MMA only applies to merchandising or maybe other types of content and avenues? M&A is most likely merchandise and sale. Okay, so real quickly, and sorry, I'm catching up with the chat here. So M&A, M&A is actually, it actually stands for mergers and acquisitions. All right, that is not specific to merchandise. That it's a finance term that's basically shorthand for mergers, business mergers with or partnerships, entering a partnership with another company where ownership has been absorbed from one company to another, while still maintaining employment for all the employees. Or acquisitions where basically you go and you buy out a company and say, okay, now you're part of us. Um, it's not exclusive to merchandise or assets or anything like that. It can be anything from like warehouse space to business offices to say like you know sales representatives to promotion company. You know, it can be any number of things, but basically, it's it's a way of being able to say, we're setting aside X amount of money. So if we come across an opportunity, where there's a company that wants to do business with us, or that is interested in a partnership for a specific for something that they have, something that we need, they're willing to give it to us if we enter in a financial deal with them. They'll take on the responsibility. They enter an agreement. That's basically what it is. And it could be a limited partnership, or it could be a merger, where it's a long standing, where one company eventually acquires the other one, or it could be a merger that has where each company maintains their identity, and then each company has an exit strategy after X amount of years. So, but the important part is that they're willing to do that. Any color, a lot of people missed it on Any Color's annual report last year, and all of their quarterly reports this year, that they had set aside 30 million yen for M&A, for buying opportunities for doing the things that they needed to do, that they didn't have the personnel for, and part of that was getting a warehouse up and working, and getting people within the warehouse, and the plant going for their merchandise and their processing of stuff as well. And they had, I believe it was about 30 million set aside for that. So that it's more of a way of expressing to the shareholders that, hey, in the next 5 years we may be spending 30 to 50 million yen, or 30 or 30 to 50 billion yen over the next 5 years. But it's for this, and this is why we're doing it. That's basically what they're saying. Let's see. I also think that I was hoping Cover would do more in pushing VTubing into mainstream entertainment, since they have. So the U.S. office is actually kind of weird. Um, the limited knowledge I know of the U.S. office was very much more of a business and personnel type of situation, where it almost seemed like they were looking for like a how should I say, it kind of felt like they were doing more of looking for opportunities. They were not, a an office that was looking for limited partnerships or opportunities for them to do connections with other small, small, medium, or large companies in the United States. Or they were more of kind of like an exploratory group of seeing, okay, we're going to send out this kind of like an expedition type thing, and we're going to see, just how tough it is to expand in the United States, rather than just, planting their flag over here and saying, oh yeah, okay, now we're taking over, entertainment in the United States, and then, drop a whole bunch of money and realize, hey, we can't do it. I mean, I think it really felt like the failure of Hololive China, and the failure of Niji Sunji, and those countries that no longer have branches, kind of made them realize, hey, we need to kind of do this more strategically. Of, if we're going to open up offices in other countries, we need to make sure that we can actually sustain an audience out there, as well as be able to do business in that country, other than just have talent from that country. So, that's the way I looked at, and the way I read the information for that. But I also think that, now that they've been able to kind of have a year to figure things out with the North American part of Hololive, they'll start looking at gaining more progress into expanding things over in the United States. Hopefully, within the next 12 months, they announce the acquisition, or the ability to start producing and shipping merchandise within the United States, rather than always having to rely on that stuff coming from Japan. Because that's the biggest hurdle right now. You got to remember that with Hololive, Hololive has transitioned from bringing in their monetization from streaming to merchandise. That's the trend. That's the way things are going. Both Riku and Yago, both of them realized very early that, once the COVID stuff started lifting, that they're gonna have to make this transition in order to make to keep and sustain the revenue coming in. So they both started, making that transition away from streaming being the base of bringing in the revenue, into merchandising. Their Yago is making a bigger push for merchandising. Um, and there's a lot that could be said about that because if and again, if you read the yearly report, it states in the yearly report that um, you know yeah, any color or not any color cover and Hololive have so much merchandise that they have been putting out that they are having to discount their own merchandise on their own webpage because they have old inventory of that merchandise that they haven't been able to sell yet because they keep putting out new merchandise for those same people. So they're having to discount and write off that merchandise as a partial loss, a partial or a partial, um, you know, a revision of sales figures for what they expected to sell that stock for, which is very ironic because it's like, okay, well, maybe you should slow down on how much merch you're pushing out per person because if you're if you're out trying to outsell yourself, who's your competition? Your competition is any color, or is the competition yourself? You know, and that's what I've never really understood about either one of these companies. It's like, okay, well, you have you have 50 girls in Hololive JP, yet you have all 50 girls streaming at the same time and they all end at the same time, which means that you're spreading your audience extremely thin. Whereas if you stagger them out and you have them, each one of them start maybe like, you know, you have like 10 start at a certain time, and then you have 10 start an hour later, and then you have 10 start an hour later than them. You stagger them out, you eventually get an audience that captures all of them, at some point. But I don't know. Who am I? I'm just a small VTuber channel. I'm small VTuber channel. you know. See, what should cover do? Is cost up? Yeah, well, that's a very good point. Cost optimization is a very big component of why they keep missing their earnings per share forecast, and why um, their net revenue is so low is because their SG&A has gone through the roof. Now, some of that is understandable, because they have been selling so much merchandise that they've had to literally buy more machine and warehouse space, and hire more people for it, which has cost money, of course. Um, but yet, in the process of it, they also have not bothered to optimize how they do things with their shipping, with their merchandise sales, with the way that they do their promotions, with the way that they've been doing their staffing. Um, this year, I believe, was one of the biggest years that they've given out, the biggest bonuses. And of course, there's nothing wrong with giving out big bonuses. However, when you're giving out big bonuses to a employee base that maybe is 25% bigger than what you had a year before, that tends to add up. So you have to account for that as well. I mean, there's just so much stuff that you know they have not bothered to slow down and say, hey, we need to look at this. We really need to look at this. They haven't done it, and that's what they're doing over this next year. This next year, they're finally realizing, okay, we need to slow down and we need to figure out what do we actually have here and what do we need to fix and how are we going to optimize this. And that is, probably the biggest reason why, um, let's see, where is it? Where are you? That is probably the biggest reason why, they had made this, announcement here. And I'm just switching views here real quick. This is why this announcement, went out. This this announcement with the, organizational management structure changes. The reason why this went out was, because they decided, and it makes perfect sense now that they have released their physical report, because it's better explained in the report. Okay, that, the organizational chart here, having, having each person, on the board of directors and management, and the executive officers being in charge of specific areas, one for, basically your technology division, having one that's specifically for media mix and licensing and collaboration, one for corporate planning overseas, basically, planning and business development. You have, one for administration, general affairs. Basically, this is the other part, the other two parts of SG&A. Your administration and then your general affairs. And then of course you throw legal affairs and, crisis management. That all falls under SG&A. So I mean that's basically what falls under this, person here. Product planning and commerce. That's usually a subsection of SG&A, but, I think in this case, because they're entertainment, that they need to have their own specific, leader for that specific thing. Especially when you're trying to be accountable for, over, 80 specific talents that you're trying to push out there for, for, popularity and publicity and everything else. And then of course, you have your, VTuber production, senior vice president. Now this one here is, this one here is probably the most unusual one for me. And the reason why I say that is because this person here used to work for Konami, and he used to work for, where is it? Yeah, he used to work for Konami, and then he went over to, Covercore for, and became their head of their creative division. And he did, almost the same thing over at Konami, which, I mean, he crossed over into an area he knows, which is fine. Um, the thing, one of the things is though, I would have assumed that he may have, you know, he may have fallen under here instead, but perhaps with Furuka being being there for as long as he had, and him also being a director and CTO, perhaps maybe that gave him seniority over that, so that's why they moved him down over here, and still allowed him to be head of the creative division, and just basically said, okay, you're now you know officially a senior vice president, and this is going to be your wheelhouse. Maybe that's maybe that's why they did it the way they did it, but that's neither here nor there. What the main thing is here. This is very telling that that cover has realized, hey, we have all these people that are that are in charge of something, but we have all this chaos and we're this organization under us, and then we have all this corporate waste for their and I mentioned this in one of my videos a while back, that they're that they could have trimmed all this corporate waste. They could have done an assessment on themselves and say, okay, where are we spending money that we shouldn't be spending money on, or we're wasting money on. And that's basically what they're doing now for the next year. Is they're looking to say, oh, how can we optimize this, how can we change this to save money, how can maybe these people are better fit with this team, so maybe we need to move them over here. It feels like that's kind of what they're doing now. So which is a good thing, a very good thing. And then of course you have your full-time audit and accounting team here to make sure that they don't get in trouble with the JFTC and have to pay another $1 billion to people that they've screwed over. But we've talked about that, so we won't go there anymore. So all right. It does feel like there's not a clear alignment with a vision within the company or the part. Well, I think honestly, when I look at the people that have left, I really feel like there is a. I feel like the people that have left, I feel like the reason why they left, everyone except for Fauna, I think left for different reasons, and that's just personal opinion. But I do feel like that with the people that have left, and part of it is that they couldn't come to an agreement with management, or their visions didn't align, or the outlooks that they were looking for were different, that kind of thing. A lot of them came into being where they were with the expectations that they're gonna be VTubers that occasionally performed, and now they're kind of being pushed out there with, well, yeah, you're gonna perform, but I mean, you're gonna be expected to perform more and more in public, or we need to sell you more, so you need to do more outside your house or whatever. you know it's kind of like what I keep picking on Miss Newsy News about, where you have a lot of these people over on Twitch that are streamers, and perhaps there may be even successful streamers, or VTubers on Twitch, that they make that money from home. They don't have to leave home. They just stream from home. That's all it is. They stream from home. That's it. That's their world of VTuberism. And when you look at that compared to what Any Color and Cover Record is doing, that's only maybe 17-18% of what that world is now, as opposed to what what 5 years ago, which was 80% of that world. So there's a drastic difference between where VTuberism was 5 years ago to where it is now, and you have to, if you're going to be in the big time now, it's drastically different than what VTuberism was 5 years ago. And you can either try to stick with VTuberism from 5 years ago, or you're going to have to start adapting to the way it is now. And you're going to have to be more than just somebody that sits at home behind a camera and a microphone. And you're going to have to be more. You're going to have to attend meetings. You're going to have to join meeting after meeting, from from planning to having to do recording to having to do dance lessons, having to do voice lessons. Then you're going to have to, oh, I got to stream in 2 hours. I mean, that's their life. I when I followed Noel and Mel on their other life Twitter accounts more closely, they would talk about that stuff a lot, and and they would say how exhausted they were, or how much their body hurt from having to put themselves through all these things, and Noelle was actually complaining about it, because she was like, I am doing all this stuff and I can't lose weight, and we're all telling her, you don't need to lose weight. You look, great the way you are, I mean, and honestly, her body does look great, I mean, I don't know if any of you follow her, on her non-Hololive activities, but she does have a great body, but she's like, I sat here and I've done 2 hours of dance practice and choreography and practicing, and I've sweated, I've done it every single day and I can't lose weight, and it's like, it's kind of crazy, that they have gone through all this stuff, plus attending meetings. And I mean, Mel flew, what was out of country, and flew on behalf of Hololive and Cover to Vietnam to be Cover Corporation's representative there, a month before they fired her. And she was there with representatives with Hololive, representing the talent there with the other people, and she was there for a week. And it's like, okay, you have to basically put your entire life on hold for a week because you're flying over as a delegate for part of a business delegation for a potential business venture in another country, because you're part of Hololive. I mean, some people would really enjoy that, but some other people are like, man, I really have to fly over there just to sit there and look pretty for the delegation. I mean, that's basically what they were doing, and I'm not saying that they're there just to have people look at their bodies. What I'm saying is that you have to, you're putting yourself, yet you're selling yourself as part of the package that Hololive is trying to sell to other companies to make these business transactions, because part of it is you're selling the talent, you're selling you're selling the person behind the avatar in order to try to make the transaction and the deal with the other company. That's basically how they look at it. And that's if that offends people, I'm sorry, but that's the way they actually look at it. And it may not be right. And you would be right to think that way, you know. But that's the way it is. Let's see here. What should cover do? Oh yeah, we read that one. It does feel like there's not a. Oh yeah, we read that one. Cover won't be breaking 3K yen level in 2025. Well, I I don't think that they will be breaking 3K. Um, I if I were if I if I were to make kind of an educated guess, um, I would say I would say that it their best chance of hitting 3K will probably be around Q2. Um, they're going to spend the next from May. They're probably going to spend from May, June, July, August, September. So they'll probably spend the next 5 to 6 months reworking things, and then for their Q2 report, they'll probably put out a progress report with how they've been implementing the changes in the organization, as well as reporting the results of their concerts and the different upgrades and changes they have made to Hollow Earth. And hopefully they'll be able to report more than just the IA tracking nonsense, and any additional projects that are put out through Hollow Indie. Hopefully they have something more up their sleeve with that they will announce over the next 6 months. And hopefully they'll do more with the UE Live that they haven't announced yet. They have been pushing out a lot more designer limited edition stuff as far as merchandise goes, which I don't know if there's gonna whether or not the demand for those things will necessarily sell the products or not. Where I'm not. I don't know. To me, I look at it and say, I'll never use it. So I don't know. But there does seem to be also a large a large following of them doing the YouTube shorts and doing dancing, specific dances and stuff like that with those videos. That seems to be like the real big popular thing right now, with them doing that, and I guess I'm not sure if they're doing that on any of the other platforms. I don't use them, so whatever. But yeah, I think you probably won't see them hit that, or at least have the opportunity to hit that until probably Q2. Probably not. So when there is live, the players, all the player eyes the stage. Yeah, I mean that's kind of what I mean, I get having. I can kind of get, I mean, being able to make eye contact with people when, whenever they implement the supposed Texas Hold'em poker thing game gets turned on in Hollow Earth, I guess. Um, but what good does it do if like your opponents don't use it? You know, I mean, it just it just seems like such a waste of resources and time. But I mean, I guess that's why they get paid the big bucks, and I'm a small VTuber. I don't get it, but all right. I would spend that time and resource. Um, well, I'll talk more about it in the video I'm putting together. But I would spend the time and resources uh, actually trying to maybe put some kind of value, or life in the world that we're supposed to be interacting in. I mean, it would at least be nice to be able to, like, you create your avatar, right? You create your avatar, and it would at least be nice to have your avatar be in a cutscene where you hear Mithra, say, "Would you like to enter in a world beyond your imagination?" And then you like see her hand reach out to you, and then she pulls you up, and you get teleported into the waiting room. I mean, could you at least make that into a cinematic, you know, video, as the reason and how you get there, other than just dropping you in there after your character creation? I mean, that would make sense. It would make sense. If you're gonna talk about people getting isekai'd into Hollow Earth in order to experience a new world, then at least give a cutscene of them being isekai'd into the world that you're teleporting them into. I mean, it's just like, okay, well, you want to have the isekai experience. Okay, um, make a username and password. All right, how you want your character to look. All right, here you go. Oh, you expected us to actually give you something to do? Um, why don't you design some clothes and put it into a store so we can make money off of you? And we'll pay you part of whatever the price is. You can put a price on it, and we'll cut you in on it, but we're gonna keep part of it. Oh yeah, and you're gonna get taxed for what you make. So yeah, you're not gonna get whatever you get off of this stuff you sell. You're gonna have to pay an income tax on it, but you'll get paid for it, kinda. But you're not gonna get like actual money. You're gonna get creation points. What are creation points? We still haven't kind of worked that out. Um, but if you make the clothing and you sell something, by that time we'll tell you. I mean, that's basically what it boils down to, man. I mean, it's like, come on. Come on. I mean, if you're gonna do something like this on this scale and spend this amount of money, what's the point? Yes, I hear you, baby. Um, let's see here. The ideal situation is to at least pick your career direction under the company, as long as you're hitting the financial goals. Well, and that's just it. I mean, there are some people that that are really good at specific things, and then you have let's take like um let's take uh, like um Crone, not Coroni, Corone. she loves playing video games. She would, you let her, play video games. She'll do a 36-hour stream if you let her. She likes singing. She likes doing karaoke. So yeah, let her do karaoke. Once in a while. She's a big gamer girl. So put her with let her be with you know all the anniversary games that are uh, you know game legends like Castlevania, Metal Gear, or Mega Man, or Rockman, all those games. I mean, she would love to play all those games, and play them in front of you, and she would have a great time, doing those games, because she loves playing those types of games. Okay, let her do that. Let her play all the Nintendo games that are there. Nintendo obviously loves Hololive. And every once in a while, have her let her do a concert. But that doesn't need to be her focus. You know, her focus is gaming. Her for crying out loud, her debut was, you know, their group was Hololive, the Hollow Gamers. They were gamers. Obviously Okayu has turned into a very awesome singer, and she just needed to be really kind of brought out of her shell, and she's really enjoying it now. um and so is Corone. But at the same time, they're both gamer girls at heart. So let them do what they want to do. Um, if you look at Noelle really enjoys the art of ASMR. She loves doing that. She loves talking to people. She loves, of course, she loves gaming as well. She was up and playing. She seemed to really enjoy like the Legend of Zelda games. She seemed to really get into Elden Ring and those games like that. Um, and she does love singing, but singing was not her strong point when she started, and she really had to work at it. She enjoyed doing karaoke, but she knew she was not a strong singer. She knew that she was not professional, and she acknowledged that, right? Um, and she really did work at it, and she's really good now. I enjoy her, but that was not her focus. That was not something that know you give her a choice, she would pick one of the other two. So let them do the other two. If you have 80 some odd people under your banner, and 50 of them want to sing, 30 of them want to stream, be strictly streaming online. I mean, you have the best of both worlds there. Let the 50 of them work. Concentrate on licensing, collaboration, and doing media mixing, and creating music and everything else, while allowing the other 30 to maturate and anchor the streaming, and doing that kind of stuff, and then having occasional stuff bring them out of their shells a little bit, and working within their tolerance of them being a part of that concert like experience. But the way that they've transitioned them to, it's like, nope, you are absolutely doing this whether you like it or not. And I think that's where a lot of them just said, I'm done. You're forcing me beyond my comfort zone, and you're putting these rules in front of me that I just cannot, you know I can't live under these rules anymore. I can't, I can't wake up every morning and be expected to conduct myself or work under these conditions. And probably I'm not being accusatory, and I'm not saying that they were bad working conditions, or that they were exploiting them. However, I will say with Gura that she felt very repressed when she started working there, because she felt like she had to be the say so person, gamer girl, when she clearly wasn't. She, when she was hired, she was not say so by anything. And even when even as she got more comfortable, and started being more of herself, she still wasn't the person that she was before she started at Hololive, and that really wore on her. And that's why I say, if you listen to the lyrics of Reflect, she let it all out in the song Reflect, that she was living a duality of life, of something she wanted to be, but yet something that she was also something, she was turning into something that she did not want to be. And it was a conflict within her, that you know she was asking herself, do I have to become this in order to become the thing I want to be? Because if I have to go through this way in order to get there, I'm not going to be happy. So which one is it? you know do I become a person I don't want to be in order to achieve what I want, or do I stay true to myself, and be the person I want to be and find my own way? You know, that's basically what it boiled down to. And I honestly think that the her way of being able to um, relate to almost everyone was probably the biggest thing that I don't want to say it's her biggest flaw, because it's definitely not a flaw, but her personality and what of and being able to attract people was just so um, contagious that I think it really overwhelmed her with and it became too much. But um, let's see here. Um, let's see. Let me just scroll back up a little bit. Um, let's see here. Might be their 2D and 3D tech. So, their 3D tech is their newest generation of 3D tech is built under the Unreal Engine. They're still utilizing 2D tech with Unity, and from what I read, the all the models that were developed with Unreal for people that had models developed for them under Unreal, those were upgraded to the newest version, which took time and money, and they had to debug them and all that fun stuff. But they did develop Unreal for Reglass, and I think Okayu's concert, she's going to be using the Unreal version of herself. I'm not sure, but I believe they're slowly going to start rolling those out. But so the cost involved in that, well, if you look at the balance sheets here, the costs involved with that basically falls under the let me get back to that page. Oh, too far. Liabilities. That's the page before. Okay, so costs involved in that. It would fall underneath the intangible assets under software. It would likely be under this category here, and since they don't have an obligation to report some things on a regular basis. I do believe that they do have to report this on a regular basis. But if they like say they develop, if they do software development that comes out of their cash flow, I can't talk. If they have to do software, if they do software out of their cash flow, and that's the way they pay for it, it may not show up on the balance sheet until the end of the year. But usually it would fall underneath the intangible assets, underneath software for the actual model. Now, the actual labor itself would likely fall underneath cost of sales or SG&A. And the reason why it's one of these two is because it would either be under general, which would likely include the IT department, or it would be cost of sales because it is directly related to technology that the VTuber uses in order to do their job, which is the direct sales of entertainment to bring in revenue. So that would be why. But likely it would follow under general before cost of sales. Don't worry about catching up to chat. I'm learning. No, that's fine, Potato. I try to talk to everybody in chat that I can, because I do want everyone to feel welcome here, and I don't want you guys to feel like I'm just ignoring you and saying whatever I want, because I totally get that there are sometimes people ask questions and they want to hear answers, and sometimes other people in chat can answer the questions, but then you want to hear what the streamer has to say. So I do try to talk to everybody as possible. So so VTubing is a zero-sum game. Yeah. Neji Sunji's merch games are very aggressive at the moment. See, and that's the interesting thing. So I was actually, I was putting together my material. A lot of times I like to brainstorm, and I'll either start storyboard. So I'm going to talk a little bit about the process that I do. I'll either storyboard, or I will do a general outline of what I want to include in my videos when I am putting things together, and I want to show you this because I was really curious, just curious. I wasn't trying to prove a point or anything like that. I was just really curious. All right, and I was comparing the numbers. This is the business performances. All right, the numbers were pulled directly from um, their quarterly reports. For the end of the fiscal year, for March 31st, 2025, the company, Cover Corporation posted non-consolidated revenue of 43,401, right? So that's all, that's what they posted for the year. Now, for streaming and content, they posted 9.3 billion yen for streaming and content. Compared to Any Color, we don't have a complete year for them yet, but their 9-year total is 3.7 billion yen. So they made 3 times the amount of streaming content compared to Any Color, right? Concert 7.79 compared to Any Color 1.69. They made more money there. But now when you get down to merchandise, all right? Now, just a reminder, okay? This is the entirety of a 12-month year, and this counts for the entirety of Cover Corporation. 12.5 billion yen, all right? For the entirety of Cover Corporation. Compare that to Any Color. Any Color's 9-month total is 18.74. All right. And they still have another 3 months to go. And this coming 3 months, they're supposed to be posting, I forget what it was. I think it was like somewhere between 4 to 7 billion yen, something like that. But they are going to they're basically going to surpass merchandise sales of Cover Corporation. And mind you that 97%, I believe that the number was somewhere between 96-97% of Niji Sanji's merchandise sales comes squarely from the JP branch, and roughly 3 to 4% comes from the EN branch. So they are effectively outselling Cover Corporation in their own backyard. And again, this is a 9-month total. So, there's a problem here. This is what I was trying to tell one of my other colleagues here that I talked to on X and through my mind's going blank, Discord. I was telling them, Niji Sanji is kicking Cover Corp's ass as far as merchandise goes. And we have to remember that when they're reporting numbers, the numbers reported in their investor relations data does not include the numbers for the EN branch, and you have to actually dig down into the appendix area just to see what the EN branch is pulling in, which is again roughly only 3 to 4% of what their merchandise numbers actually are. And when you compare that to Cover Corporation, which includes the EN branch, which the EN branch accounts for roughly 25% of the total of merchandise sales, Niji Sanji outperforms them in merchandise sales which is crazy because not only does Niji Sanji outperform them in merchandise sales, their net revenue is double what Covercore is, which is insane. It's absolutely insane. I mean, look at this next line here: licensing and collaboration. Cover Corporation, 5.7 billion yen, right, in an entire year. Licensing and collaboration for any color in a 9-month time span, 5.01 billion yen in just 9 months. And they will likely eclipse them in licensing and collaboration as well. So you have streamers out there like Fallside and Lydia and all them. They're all like cheering, like, oh, this is the downfall of any color and Niji Sanji, and they're cheering because, like, their streaming numbers are down, their concert numbers are down or whatever, but they're absolutely killing it in merchandise and licensing. And they don't even have a full operational complement of an EN branch yet. And I always say this, say that they decide we're just going to dissolve the EN branch, and they reallocate what resources are left out of that into their another JP generation or something. They could absolutely be killing it even more as they branch out further in the Asia region, because they make a good amount of money in the Asia region as well, and that's just that's the other thing that just completely fascinates me. And let me pull you back here. Let me pull you back here. Oops. Now this hasn't been updated yet, but for any color, per country, right? This is any color, any per country, all right. They still get 5 billion yen a year from the United States as far as merchandise goes. So they're getting approximately what 20% of 20% of overall revenue comes from from the United States. Not so much commerce, but it still comes from the United States, right? 5 billion yen, 5 billion yen. Yes, sweetie, I see you. All right, now you come back and you look at Cover Corporation, 8.3. I mean, that's only three billion off. I mean, 3 billion. 3 billion, it really isn't that much when you think about it. I mean, considering that, considering that they've been able to cost cut, they've been able to, optimize and streamline, and being able to, allocate the resources and stuff like that. Yeah, their EN branch became dysfunctional, but that was because they hired a bunch of people that weren't exactly great fits for the jobs that they wanted them to do, and then they also didn't hire experienced people to manage them. But if you hire the right people, and you have the proper staffing and support systems in place, you can easily make that up in a year. So you can't really discount that off. let's see here. Yeah, Niji Sunji's merch game is very aggressive. Yeah, it is very aggressive, and they really hit that hard. But and they're smart. They're very smart with how they do it. They, it's not like At first, I thought it was kind of like they throw things against the wall and they see what sticks, but they actually seem to really know how to sell what they're trying to do, and I think that's probably why they have so much success in the Asia the Asia market. Any colors business model is liver as salesperson for merchandise. He saying, yeah, well, if you look at how and it's been gradual, all right, and honestly, I don't watch a lot of people in Hololive anymore, except for Fulamoko. Um, but it really became more obvious about 2 years ago that merchandise, the push for merchandise was going to happen, and it was something that Yago did say to investors 2 years ago, and I tried to warn people about it, and people laughed at me, and now we're seeing it. But if you watch any person, whether they're playing a game or whether they're just talking to you, they will have their little thumbnail up of the merch that they are trying to push for, the product that they're selling at the moment, and they'll of course have all the links to everything in their description page, or section and stuff like that. Um, and they may even have a text, crawl of, hey, this is on sale now, go buy it, that kind of thing. And that's the way they're all leaning, you know. And I mean, the problem I think the biggest problem I'm seeing with cover is that that they're selling so much of that they have so much merch that they're generating now that the price of just material itself to generate the merch that they're selling is costing them in the long run when they try to because they're overselling the merchandise for their particular VTubers out there. Before, when they were selling stuff, they would allow stuff to have a sell date and a sell period. They would phase it out, and then they would sell something new. Now they're starting to let certain merchandise sit out there in the shop, and then it could sit out there because of whether there was in stock or not in stock or whatever. Even if they didn't have it in stock, they leave it out there because someone might want to buy it later. But in a lot of cases, there's also merchandise that they have already pre-made and that they keep all of them in stock. And if they can't sell all that stock, they have to discount it in order for them to sell the new thing that they're trying to push for the same VTuber. So then that's partly why you see a lot of them do the create upon purchase type of model of selling things, because that way you don't have things sitting on the shelf, right? but cover for whatever reason they have had this problem this entire past year of pre-making stuff, putting it into a warehouse, putting that stuff out on the market, letting it sit there, being advertised for however long, and then maybe like within 3 to 4 weeks start selling something new, but still have the other thing out there, and it's still in stock. They have so much of it, but then they've already made this new thing that they're trying to push out there. So then you're trying to sell the new thing, and then you still have the old thing on the shelf, and then 3 or 4 weeks go by, and then you're trying to sell a new thing, and then you have a new thing out on the shelf, but yet you have the new thing out on the shelf, but you still have the old new thing that you were trying to sell from the old new thing that was on the shelf. So you end up having to discount the old SKU, so you can try to sell the old SKU while you're trying to sell the new old SKU while you're selling the new thing. That's basically the way it's going. So they've had to discount all this merch just trying to get out of their warehouse. And it's like, just slow down. You're making money off of this. You have to be more strategical with your sales. You have to you have to provide more value with your merchandise. If you put more value in, and they Warren Buffett calls it intrinsic. All right, if you put more intrinsic value within the product that you're selling, where the person that's buying it, doesn't, they're not buying the object because the object is valuable. They're buying the object because the value to them, that the object will have value to them, will add value to their life because they have bought the object. That's what the important thing is. And if you put merch out there that gives value to the fan's life, as opposed to you're just putting it out there because it's flashy and it's the new talent out there and stuff like that a year from now they may not even like or care about. It's gonna mean more to people, and they're gonna buy it. It's gonna go off the shelf quicker. I mean, people remember, like, Sencho, because of the way that she was, the way she touches people's lives, the way that she interacts with people. There's a special thing and a special way that she touches people's lives, where you feel like she adds value to her to your life. So when something goes on sale that is of her, people are more inclined to buy that because it is a part of her that you're purchasing, and when you look at it, you're always going to think of her, as opposed to if you buy a plush doll of some VTuber that 6 months from now you don't even care about. You're going to either throw it in the trash, or you're going to throw it into a closet somewhere and never look at it again. I mean, that's basically what it boils down to. So let's see here. What do you think what do you think is the point or benefit of I'm not quite sure what you mean of that question, what the point or benefit of that is. Um, how much do they get paid? So I can tell you right now that I can tell you right now that I ran the numbers a while ago, and while I can't tell you exact figures because I don't I have not seen a an actual contract from either company that I can verify. I can tell you that on an individual basis, um, if you were to take um, if you take the reported amount of cost that is reported by say any color, um, that is paid out for the talent, and you take that number and you take the number of livers they currently have. They make at minimum approximately 110,000 a month. That's an approximate, you know, and that does not apply to all. All right, and I want to make that very clear. That is a base average based upon taking the number of livers that are on payroll, and then you basically divide that by the total amount that is being reported that goes to paying the livers, and then you just divide it by 12, and that gives you at least a base number of average of what the average is that the livers would likely make. I can tell you that they if their contracts are structured the way that I have seen other contracts are structured, that you get a base salary, and then they provide you with incentives in addition to your base salary, which includes things like making a certain amount of videos per month, making streaming a certain amount, being able to gain enough viewers, subscriptions, monetary, getting monetized, getting memberships, all these other types of milestone incentives, those types of things. So there's incentives built into their contracts, and the strange thing is I've heard of two different ways that contracts are written, and I'm not sure if it's just because of agencies or what the deal is, but I've heard that some talent are year by year, and I've heard that some talent that they've signed on for multi-year contracts. So I don't know if that's something that gets negotiated or if it's something that is just based on what company you sign for. But needless to say, it does seem to be that it you have a lot of talent that say that they are underpaid, and it may be because of the way that their contract is written, and that they haven't been able to hit their milestones, so that they're getting paid less than what they might be, or they feel they should be paid because of, they feel like they deserve those incentives whether they make them or not. um I yeah, I it really, I think it really does depend on the company and the contract that's signed. Nintendo loves they absolutely love Hololive. That's why I think that's why, like, Nintendo really does give Hololive kind of like a wide berth of, you can play practically anything in our library, because they seem to really be able to play almost anything in their library, especially if they're first party. Definitely. I saw some Twitter commentators say that greedy investors are behind covers recent shortcomings. Okay, so um, let's let's talk about that briefly. So um, with Q3, and in fact we'll back up a little bit here, because I can actually show you this. So Q3 here, and I'm gonna close out. All right, so here's Q2, and here's Q3. All right. Now, when Q2 came in, it was a good report. It was a very good report. They hit both of their forecast numbers. Everything was good. All right, and this also included their upward revision. Here's where their upward revision happened because of their card game. Um, that happened right here. All right, so upward revision, earnings came in. They gapped up upon upon the market opening, right? So then, they tend to trade sideways after, you know the initial enthusiasm wanes, and then you had the downward dip here on Christmas Eve. I don't know why this downward dip happened. It looks like there was some profit taking here, if I were to make a guess. This could be people that had hedges in here. Actually, I would almost venture to guess that this is probably people that had shorts that they had taken out, or they had margins that were going to be called, and so they had to sell off in order to get to get their money back, or to return the stock that they borrowed for the short sale. All right. But you had downward revision here, and then if you notice, we still had a ton of selling here, even though we have a lot of green in here as well. So we had more selling and buying here at the same time during this whole entire frame here. Now this typically indicates that there's a lot more short selling that is happening here than people that are just buying and holding on to it. So this, you could say in this case, that there was a lot of short sellers that were playing the market here. But then after all this action here, then you had a good long stretch here of people that were buying long before we had a drop here again. Yeah, we had a drop here again. And then part of this the part of what happened here was just economics. All right. Um, there was a lot of economic. I'm trying to remember exactly. There was some economic data here that came in that showed that Japan's economy um, had stagnated a bit. So there was some sell off here. Now, when we get up to when we get up to 2025 here, this is where things start getting weird. Now, I kind of want to zoom in here because when we get to 2025 here, things start getting a little bit weird, and this is where when I started catching on to this, because we had a gap up here on January 10th, and there was absolutely no reason for this. Well, it actually opened up that there was just huge spike, and there was absolutely no reason for it. Absolutely no reason. And I looked everywhere trying to figure out why there was this huge spike in here. And in the following days, I started following and looking. And if you follow me on X or check my community page, I started noticing that there was a huge influx of margin traders that had started buying, and there was a huge, I mean, just absolutely huge number, and there was a lot. I mean, there was a huge run of shorts that were being bought up as well, leading up to the Q3 report, and you can tell that the shorts were, being bought left and right, because there's an I think they call it an inverse date or something like that, where there's like a waiting period before more shorts become available or something like that. I never buy them. I don't dabble with shorts or options or anything like that. But I mean, the numbers start getting really insane. All right, and that's when we get to Q3, because when we get to Q3, this is where all the shorts and all the margin traders sold off. Margin traders, you buy you basically uh, you basically buy the stock, and then you sell it high, and then you buy it low, and then and then you return the stock, with oh man, I'm getting tired. Sorry, my mind's getting foggy here. Um, so yeah, you got the shorts here, and then you have the margin traders, and they sunk everything. Um, Here with the Q3 report, and this basically, there was a deflation here, of everything, and that's what caused the first sink here. All right, now I noticed that even after this deflation period here, that they started there was a buildup that started happening again, and you can see the buildup here in the subsequent months in between Q3 and Q4. And you can clearly see what the downward trajectory trajectory that that they were extremely active here. And I mean, they more or less had control over the price itself, and they were able to control the price leading into Q4, and that's partially why Q4 was extremely important, because if they were able to hit their marks in Q4, then that will have justified their price being above above 3,000 yen a share. But unfortunately, with the way Q4 ended, it's at 1897. So oh, sorry. It's getting late for me, so my mind is like half asleep. It's been a long day. So sorry if I kind of like wander off on you here. Um, see. Oh, speaking of icon track, kind of reminds me of Indie Colors Mixed Reality project that they shook it. Oh, I never did look into that mixed reality project. Thanks for reminding me. I need to check that out. I get the mindset of wanting to do what you set out to do when having the chance in a company like Hollow. At the same time, though, it's a company and you're under contract. A job's well, and that's just it. A job, people seem to forget that when you are a VTuber and you're working for yourself on Twitch. You're working for yourself. You're self-employed as a VTuber on Twitch. And when you are, when you work for, Hololive, Niji Sanji, or any of the other companies that are out there, you're an unpaid employee. You may be streaming out of your own home, but you're representing a company. You are a company employee, you know. Um, Even if you're just considered talent, you're a talent under contract, and every time you don the VTuber model, you are effectively representing the company that the model belongs to, because you don't own that model. That it just it kind of it seems extremely childish in some aspects, with the way some people take advantage of people that cry about, oh, company is treating me unfair and stuff like that, because they start taking advantage of somebody who is being immature about grown up stuff, because they're not getting their way. And it's just, yeah, I kind of look at it now and I just kind of shake my head and I try to ignore it, but sometimes it gets to the point where I just can't ignore it anymore. So yeah, anyways, let's see here. Niji is good with their target audience. They always do limited stock merch, except for a few. Yeah, I think Niji does it very well, where they seem to understand their they seem to understand their target, their their demographic, their like you said, their target audience. Niji Sunji is 2 to 1 girls. More girls watch Niji Sunji than guys, and I'm not sure what the ratio is of male VTubers to on their brand, but I I do think that that in a lot of ways that there are a lot of girls that like to watch the girl VTubers because of you know the way that they try to relate to them, and perhaps even there's more of like a girl power vibe between the two of them, between them and their audience, or the way that I honestly I don't know. I haven't watched enough of the Niji livers to know. um, but I do think that there's a lot of relatability between them. Um, and I think it's actually kind of cool that there is that kind of dynamic and that diversification between women that watch it, young ladies that watch it, and guys, because it really does prove that that VTubers, they aren't just a bunch of horny teenagers and young guys that are lusting after an anime girl. Especially with Niji Sanji. If your audience is 2 to 1, female, and that demographic is teenage through age 30 women that are watching. I mean, what are they all lesbian? I mean, what? What are what's your argument there? Sorry about that, but um. Yeah, Yago does hold the most amount of shares for Hololive. Um, all the rest of them, that are my minority shareholders, I believe they own like 5% or less. Um, I know the free float out there. If someone had enough money to invest in Hololive, I know the free float out there. That there is a if someone, I think if someone had the money, they could walk up and own. Um, yeah, the free float shares sit at 35.41. So, I mean, technically, I mean, if somebody really wanted to, they could buy 35 million shares and say, okay, I'm majority shareholder right now, and say, okay, yeah, let's have a discussion about which way the company is going. Yeah. The good thing, the good thing about um, any color, or I'm sorry, cover core, is the fact that if you look at their revenue to profit, oops, if you look at their growth and profitability, and let's see, actually, where are you? Yeah, if you look at their solvency ratios here, they have no debt, absolutely none, which is almost unheard of for a company like this. For a company that has grown this fast, that is trying, bringing in and trying to expand as fast as they possibly can, that have no debt is amazing. Because typically, you would get debt to buy assets, to to expand further, to pay back part of that debt, to pull buy more debt, to to buy more stuff, that kind of stuff. Now, the scary part, at least that I think of, is the liquidity ratios down here. And I think part of the thing that scares me about this is, I look at these numbers here, the profitability and liquidity here, and I look at these numbers here, I mean, like, look at the net margins here, right? You got 13, 9, 14, 14, 12, right? We go over here, and you look at any color, 26, 22, 28, 25, 28, 25, and you're like, okay. Yeah. And why do people say any colors, sinking again? Oh my, their liquidity ratio is 3 to 4 times any colors or cover cores. Which company is sinking again? What I really I don't get the mentality of this. I don't get it. I really don't get it. I mean, you you cannot look at this and tell me that any color is they're running a bad business. You can't look at I can't look at this and say that. And let me show you what I mean. Okay. Let's go over here. We're going to go to cost of goods sold. Whoops. Come on. All right. And okay, so we have cost of goods sold, and this number here represents it mostly represents the development cost for Hollow Earth. Okay, now when you look at this and then you see this number down here, cost of goods sold, this actually includes the VTuber salary number involved. All right, now if we come over here and we are gonna go to here, that screen. All right. And oops, you must be at the very top. Yeah, so cost of sales here, right? So we got cost of sales, and you come over here and you see performer remuneration, right? This is a fancy word for this is how much we pay our VTubers, right? And when you come down here, we see that they got paid for Q4. They got the total amount that they got paid is 1669. All right, so basically 1.669 what was spent paying the VTubers for for the last quarter. And how many VTubers do we have? We have I forget how many VTubers we have. Where was that number? Was it like 80 something? Well, anyways, you take that number and then you divide it by the number of VTubers that you have, and then that's how much that they made that quarter. So then you divide by 3, and that's how much they make per month. And again, that's an average. That's an average that can give you a ballpark figure of how much they make. Um, you, it makes me mad. Okay, and this is just me talking as a person. It makes me mad when people complain that a company is supposedly not treating their talent well, or their employees well. But then I can come over here and I can look at the paperwork, and I can see, like with any color here, this is their Q3 report. All right, they categorize everything the same way. All right, now, in their case, direct variable costs includes the cost of paying the VTuber, and the cost of the VTuber's merchandise creation and manufacturing. All right. So you look at this number here, and this is how much that any color spends on their VTubers every quarter. All right. And then you look at below that, and you see the average number. This is the average of the total revenue that is being spent on the VTuber, or on the liver in this case, per quarter. And you find that they spend between 44 to almost 50% of the entire revenue goes straight to supporting the VTuber, either by making their making their goods, their merchandise to sale, or to pay their salary. And when you run the numbers, cover actually pays less on average than any color. Now, unless the talent at any color is getting severely shafted, and the manufacturing of their goods are just so outrageously overpriced, and they're not. And I've heard rumors, but all I know of is rumors that supposedly they get shafted on the revenue of their merchandise sales. It really makes me wonder how the legitimacy of those said rumors really are. Because supposedly there's profit sharing between the cost of making the goods, and then of course the goods being sold. Maybe they are getting shafted by the company, with the profit sharing. But then again, maybe it costs a lot of money to make the goods that they're selling. I don't know. We're not privy to that information. What information we are privy to is, what we're seeing on the screen right now. And what we see on the screen right now, we can take the laws of averages and try to make an assumption from it. People see red and they say it's sinking, but in reality, they can't read anything in simple lines, words, and numbers are too. Hey, well, and here's the funny thing about that, light fellow. The irony of what you're saying is it's really funny in a way, because let me show you. Oop, 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 not that one. I want, no, not that one. Alright, I got way too many windows open. There we go. So the irony of what you just said is, I mean, if you look at the Nikki, this is the Nikki, all right? This is the Nikki website, and this is actually how Japan does reports their stock prices. And do you notice anything about the way they report their stock prices? They they're when it's in the minus in Japan, the stock actually goes green. It just the signal that it's in the negative, and if it's in the positive, then it goes red. So when you see red in Japan for stock price, that means that it's running positive, and if it's running green, then it's in the negative. So, it's kind of ironic that you said it that way. It's fun. It's really funny, But yeah, a lot of people can't read, and or they're too lazy to. And I actually, that's part of the reason why I hope that by and I don't mean anything malicious by what I do on my channel, okay? What I try to do with the subject matters I bring up on my channel, especially if they're in regards to a specific person or people, is there's a reason why I call myself the most honest VTuber on YouTube, and it's because I want to present the most accurate, depiction of the topic that I am talking about, right? And how do you do that? Well, you try to give the most accurate information that you can give, and then if you're going to opine about something, then you give the most honest and accurate type of opinion that you can give to somebody based on the information that you have, right? Now, when I see somebody who calls themselves a sensei, or they're talking about the news, or whatever, people constantly reference them, and they're spewing absolute trash, and I can do a simple Google search, or I can pull up the report and prove that they're flat and honestly wrong. I'm gonna call them out on it. If 10 people see me call them out on it, okay, 10 people saw me. If 1,000 people see me call them out on it, okay, at least 1,000 people saw that, my side of the story, and if they choose to believe the other guy, that's their problem, But there has to be that accountability towards people who try to misrepresent things that are going on in a community that people want to be able to enjoy. And unfortunately, it takes people to deal with these unpleasant things in order for it to happen. And there have been times where you know, I've sat here and said, you know what, I don't know if I want to keep doing this anymore, you know. But then I'll be honest with you, right? Let me be completely honest with you. You know, I look at several of my VTuber, colleagues. Some of them I've developed a friendship with. Some of them, we grew really close over the years that we've known each other. You know, and I think to myself, what if one of these people target them one day, and they need somebody to stand next to them. You know, had at least 3 to 4 years of being able to try to build some kind of platform to be able to talk about these things that people don't like or don't want to talk about. And to me, I honestly, I don't care what people think of me. I really don't. I mean, if people hate me for calling these people out, they can hate me. I can talk to a room of nobody. I could talk to a room of 500 people. It doesn't matter to me. I'm gonna say what I want to say, and if people don't want to listen, they don't have to. It's a free country. It's a free world. You can move on. But I'm gonna call them out on it. And if I can, if I can just pull up a website and say, how can you miss this? I'm gonna call you out on it. And it actually kind of amazed me that, I called out VTuber Sensei on a lot of the crap that he said, and amazingly, the next time he talked about a quarterly report, it was like he actually did the homework. I was like, wow. What a concept. You actually did the homework. But anyways. I think they can because some people will explain to them. It's well, and that's just it too. There's a lot of people out there that won't accept the reality of what what they're being told, because it's either that they want to remain ignorant, or they want to remain blind to they want to remain true to the actual lie, because it's easier for them to accept the lie than it is to accept the truth. And that's honestly, where things tend to sit. And unfortunately, that's also where people are most vulnerable and easy to take advantage of too. There's been several there's been several different famous TV shows out there that have made comments to the effect that you have an entire segment of the country now that are so mindless that they will easily believe a famous person over over the truth of somebody trying to tell them the truth, that it's easier for them to just blindly follow whatever some famous person says. You know, that famous person could say, "Hey, if you go jump over this jump off this hill into the water below, you know, you can you'll survive, or you'll be safe, but if you don't jump off this hill, you're gonna die, you know." And so they go and they jump off the hill, and you have 100 people jump off the hill, and of course, splat, you know. And you can tell them, hey, you know what? There's no water down there. If you jump, you're not gonna make it. But they're gonna say, no, so and so said that I need to jump off this hill, or otherwise I'm not. Something's gonna get me. And it's like nothing's gonna get you. But no, they want to listen to what the person said. But at any rate, it looks like we have officially hit lunch hour over in Japan. Now, there tends to be at times there tends to be a lunch hour is over. And I was just about to say is that there tends to be some pretty interesting action that happens after the lunch hour. Sometimes you get some pretty interesting spikes or stock action movements, and we might actually be seeing it looks like there's a lot of bearish pressure. It's trying. It's really trying. I mean, look at that. There's. Oh, okay. So we might have a run here. We might actually have a run here. So there's 133,000 trading upward. We may actually see a move back over 2,000 if it can sustain itself. That's a big if. Because like I was saying, it hit 19. This stock, technically, it is at a very low premium right now. But it'll be interesting to see whether or not we see downward revisions of this stock because of their forecast. Their 2026 forecast. Because the fact that they're only projecting 5% increases across the board is probably going to sour a lot of people's expectations of the stock. But we might actually have a run here. Maybe. Push. The Japanese stock market kind of really fascinates me because it's almost a tale of two sessions at times. Because you get the opening morning action, and then you get this this kind of pause in between the morning and afternoon for this lunch session. And then there's times where it seems like the lunch session or the PM session is just a completely different animal, and things can immediately go into a reversal. But The one thing that I have not really gotten my head wrapped around yet is there's supposedly a lot of tells behind the candle patterns, especially when it comes to the wicks. And I have not been a student of learning those, unfortunately. So I'm starting to get better at reading them, but I have not, like memorized the candlestick patterns or stuff like that. Ooh, you just lost all of your momentum there. That is a sell off. Yeah, they may actually hit 1800. Yep, there it goes. There it goes. All right. Well, ladies and gentlemen, I am gonna go ahead and call it a night. It's been a while since I've live streamed, and it actually does feel pretty good to live stream rather than just record a video. Um, I really hope I can figure out why my iPhone uh, wasn't working here today, so I can hopefully have it hooked up and have my Live 2D model working. Because I want to be able to get at least a couple videos uploaded here in the next few days for my talking about the physical report here. So we'll work on that here tomorrow morning, and I'll try to get that sorted out. And then hopefully, if I'm able to get it sorted out, then I want to be able to upload at least a quick summary video of some of the stuff that we talked about today, and then we'll do a more in-depth video later on. So please please keep an eye out for that. You guys, as usual, it's really fun to talk to you guys about this stuff. I know talking finance is not really many people's enjoyment. I mean, honestly, I wasn't a big fan of talking about it either, but I'm starting to find a lot of this stuff kind of fascinating. So that's why I keep doing it. Yeah, Light Fellow, thank you so much for dropping into the chat. Mashed Potato, thank you very much for dropping into the chat as well. Glance, thank you for dropping into the chat. Always appreciate you and your comments. Avalancer, thank you always for being in the comment section and the chat. I appreciate you as well. We've had lots of lurkers come in and go. I've always told you guys that it doesn't matter whether you lurk or participate in chat. I always appreciate you guys dropping in, regardless of if you want to talk or not. That's always fine with me. I mean, I talk to myself on a regular basis. Okay, anyways. No, and as you've seen, I've talked to my cat as well. So, I mean, I can always pretend I'm talking to my cat. I'm joking. No, I'm not. Okay. Anyways, so please stay tuned for the other stuff as well. I do try to keep you guys informed on my comment or my community tab in my comment section there for things that are going on. And then I also try to keep people informed of what's going on X as well. So, if you're trying to figure out, hey, is he still alive, or where did he go? If you check one of those places, you will probably see something from me. I try to post at least once a day. So, other than that, thank you so much, guys. I really appreciate it. This was a very scuffed video, and I wish I would have been able to prepare for it a lot better, but I will do better next time. So, until then, guys, have a good morning, afternoon, or evening, whatever the case is for you. This is Marko Yamashita, signing off. Peace.
You gotta take control, life's too short. Get out of your head, make a better life instead. You gotta give it all your best, so put your hands